Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Cottagegoth Library. I am Lunacia, or Luna for short. And it's time for another live, another sprint. I don't have a gazillion of plans today, actually. I'm trying to keep it kind of slow today. I've been having a little bit of a rough week. Um, and so yeah, I'm going to take it a little bit slowly today. I want to bake bread, so that's one of my main goals for today, and I also want to get some reading done. Still reading A Secret Garden by Katie Ford, the same as I read on Sunday, because things are going slowly these days. But it's fine, it's fine. I have today off since I am working on Saturday. I'm looking forward to after work on Saturday because I'm going for a massage. That'll going to be so nice. So, tell me now, what are your plans for the day? Are you reading? What are you reading? Tell me what you're reading. I need to know what you're reading. So, let's look at the chat. Why are you not working? As Sven said, it's not a live stream if it's not something technical. This doesn't go wrong. There we go. Hello, good morning, Renee. How are you doing today? Not done much yet. No, that's fair. I haven't done much yet either. I haven't even had coffee. But I'll have breakfast before I have coffee. I've been awake for a while though. So there's that. But I haven't had coffee yet. I'm having an orange as a pre-breakfast because that's not a bad thing to have. And oranges are yummy and they're healthy. There's nothing wrong with that. And good morning, Kyla. How are you doing today? What are you up to? What are you reading? Let me know. I want to know everything. I'm a nosy person. I'm working, all right. But I have 20 pages left on my arc, so I'll definitely finish it today. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I have arcs that I need to start. Hello, Sally. Good morning. How are you? Melody's here. Oh, good morning to Melody as well. I'm in need of tea and breakfast. Yeah, I also need breakfast. So that's what I'm going to do. The first sprint is have breakfast and make coffee. That's my main things for the first sprint. Knowing myself, I'll also read while I eat breakfast. So, Renee says hi to everybody. Kyla says, determined to get through a few short arcs today and pack for my event this weekend. Is this the weekend you're going to London for a con? Correct me if I'm wrong. Renee is planning on finishing my audio, The Duke and the Lady Scandal. Ooh, a scandal. How scandalous. I'm going to go spinning in a few hours. Oh, you're so good with the workouts. I should do yoga. I can do yoga at home though. I've no problems doing yoga on my mat at home. I have a lot of equipment as well, so should be better at doing that. Might start an arc later. Not a bad plan, not a bad plan. Kella said, it is my London con this weekend. Ooh, have fun. Sounds like it'll be a really nice weekend. So I'm working, as I said, and having a massage after work. Other than that, no big plans. I am hoping for it to stay cold. so that I can go ice skating on Sunday. There's like an ice not far from where I live. So if it's still doable, if it doesn't get mild again, a friend and I will probably go ice skating. Because ice skating is fun. That's probably the only winter sport that I enjoy doing is ice skating. Skiing, not so much. Oh, I didn't mind downhill skiing. I used to do that when I was younger, but I haven't done that in a very long time. Last time I did it was in 1994, like winter 1994. I was in Folkehøgskole, Folk High School, and there was a little downhill slope not far from my school, and I just pretty much put on my skis and glided down to this slope, and then I took the lift up and I did like the downhill skiing, and that was something I did. Renee says, not that good. I do twice weekly. That's plenty. Lots of people exercise more often than me. And even more people, Renee, exercise even less than you do. So it's fine. Most of my exercise is actually walking back and forth to work. But that's also exercise. That clocks in more than half an hour every day of like everyday activity, which is the important thing. Renee says, I love winter sport of complaining about how cold it is outside. Yes! Yes! I have a video coming. I think it's going. I think I've scheduled it for Saturday. And I'm talking a lot about winter in that video, so stay tuned. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of winter, that's for sure. Kyla says, I finally managed to get part 2 of my upcoming books of 2026 video up last night. Very well done. Let's see if I can find the link. Link. Have a look-see. Let me see. YouTube, huh? Oh, I get very the bright light from the screen. It makes me all pale. I'm a ghost. Let's see. I have to go through my... I am subscribed to so many people, it's not even fun. Which makes me pretty much always behind on watching YouTube, and I'm not able to go through everything either. And I'm too far now. Also, I've hidden my subscriptions so people can't see who I'm subscribed to. Lubbity-dubbity-da videos. That was my phone, very loud. I have my phone on in case my doctor decides to phone me. Okay, that's the video. Goody, goody, good. Goody, goody, good. So that is the video. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. Okay. I'll have to watch that at some point. So, where are we in this world? Why? Why? Where am I? The bad news is that there will be a part 3. Oh no! I'm not very good at keeping up with like the what's being published, and also I don't really trust publishing dates 100% because sometimes they be pushed around. So I don't. Oh, excuse me. I don't think I have any anticipated books coming out for 2026. See, I can't talk. Not very good at this. True, but it makes me sound like I am some kind of Olympian. Take it to heart today. Don't talk down. Don't talk down on yourself, okay? I do also walk around. See? Don't underestimate walking around. And Renee says, yes, saw that, Kyla. I started watching it. Cool. And Renee says, not bad news at all. I have like 6 videos of anticipated videos for this year. Yeah. It's good. It's good to be excited about something, you know? It's a good thing. And oh, thank you, Renee says, Kyla, I have no time to edit now until next week, but part 3 is filmed. I have a lot of stuff that I've never gotten around to film even. I was going to do like all the books I read in December and still haven't filmed it. So and now I'm going like, maybe it's kind of too late. And I don't really know, excuse me, I don't really know when I'll have time to film it either. This is the big struggle at winter, is that there's such a limited opening for light. I know that it's kind of the same in Manchester. I've been in Manchester in December previously. And I remember it being like dark earlier than normal than summer. Not normal, but summer. And but it was still lighter longer than here. Because even though Manchester is north in England, it's not really north. Unfortunately. And that was the link to Kyla's video. And Kyla says, I'm like 2 months behind on content right now. But that happens when you get ill and family events happen and work and life. not to mention life. But yeah. And Kyla says, I will at least get my best books up next week, finally. Oh, well done. I was hoping to do that. There's so many things I wish I've done, but yeah. Wait, Luna, you live in Manchester? Or were you just visiting? I was just visiting. I've been in Manchester twice, I think. So not nearly the amount of time I've been to, like, London. Only place in the UK I have lived was Cardiff in Wales. I lived there for half a year, from January till June 1999. So it's been a while, and I haven't been back to Cardiff since, which is a pity. I should really, but I never have time, and I'm going to London like not very long, and my days are just filling up so quickly. There's so many people to meet. I was like, oh, you travel alone to London? How is that? Like, don't you get lonely? No, I have friends. I meet up with friends. I mean, I arrive on Friday, and even like already on Friday night, I I meet friends. So I don't think I have a single day not open. I think I have something planned every day. Renee says, I actually filmed so much last weekend just been relaxing this week. Though might be film a bit today. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just, I need a light and I have like equipment and stuff especially for the sit down and talk things, like the tripod and the camera and the light and especially now that it's so dark. Something I really like doing in summertime is like sit outside and film, because then you have all the nice natural light. But it's not summer, it's winter and it's cold and I don't like it. Renee says, discovered a time travel readathon happening next week. A 2-week readathon. Ooh. Yeah, as I've said previously, I'm not doing readathons this year, so... But that sounds really... That sounds fun. Lots of fun. Akela says, shame, if you ever visit again, let me know. Yeah, I have people to meet in Manchester. It's you, and there's Sven, and there's Noah. Do you know Sven and Noah? They're also YouTubers or booktubers. And Sally says, Melody's demanding second breakfast. Are you sure she's not a hobbit? Or maybe she's a hobbit cat. Is that a thing? A hobbit cat? I don't know. That would be very cute though. And Melody is very cute. Melody is a cat. The cutest cat. Rennis is just letting everyone else know. Remembered you not doing readathons steady. Yeah, sure. No problem at all. And Kyle says, I don't think so. Can you give me their channel handles? Yes, of course. Sometimes Sven is in here, but he's probably working. Let's go and see here. So Ven. So Ven's channel. And let's have a look here. This is something I don't like about YouTube. It's like when they sort alphabetically, but they don't follow the standard alphabetically rules. So they put the as a T, and it's supposed to be not the is not like, it's like an article thing, so it's not like valid, so to say. You should just like not disregard it, I guess. And that's nice channel. There we go. Sally says she is definitely a hobbit. A little hobbit. Well, she has hairy feet. Melody definitely has hairy feet. And When's Corner and the bookworm. No, it's not the bookworm. Worm. And that's Sven's channel. Sven's Book Corner. And so Kyle says, I'm so excited there are other Manchester booktubers. I only know one other person and she's more of a bookstagrammer. We work together. Yeah. I'm not so good with the Instagram anymore. I used to be very active, and at some point I used to have like lots of likes and stuff, and I have a lot of followers, but at some point it just, I don't know, it's I do post from time to time on Instagram, but the algorithm is just so shitty. So shitty. So it feels like things doesn't come up, and I don't know. I try to do the follow. When I go in, I do the following. Like you know, you can go in and you can click following, and I'm slightly annoyed that's not the standard, and you have to actively go in and say I want to see the stuff that, or the people I follow. It's the same with YouTube. You come to the homepage, so, and instead of like getting your subscribers, and I always go into the subscribers and go through, is there something I want to watch now? Yeah. So Bookstagram, I don't know. I'm actually been thinking of, sometimes I think about maybe I should delete it, but then again there's so many people I keep in touch with, so the message system thing, I don't know. I'll see what happens in the future. And that's Noah's channel. And I realized after it was slightly wrong. Yeah, but I posted the links, so it's okay. And Kayla says thanks for the links. Yes, my friend is kind of massive on horror books where I'm, but is starting to do YouTube now. Oh, cool. That's very cool. So Noah is also very big on horror. I go through periods. I'm very. I think I've landed on that. I tend to be like very seasonal with my readings. Like in September, October, November, I'm very drawn towards horror, and then December is such a dark month that I need a counterpart of sorts, so I tend to read like romance and lighter stuff, cozy fantasy, and yeah, so it's it really depends on, really. And both Noah and Ven read horror. Yeah, they do. Ven is more a fantasy person though. That's fantasy is his big genre. I should probably message him. Speaking of, I can actually Ven. I'm sprinting. Okay. And oh, perfect. I may have to plan a little meetup. That's why I said on my Discord that you could feel free to do that, to use my Discord, the meetup thing in my Discord to plan, because both Noah and Ven are on my Discord. Her handle is Anna Loves Horror. Is that on YouTube, or is it on? Why can't I paste? I want to paste. Is that on YouTube, or is it on Anna Loves Horror? Ah, if I could spell, that would also be a good thing. I was like, there's nothing here. I'll have to look at her channel. There's quite a few videos as well. Oh, cool. So I'm posting the link in the chat. So Anna reads her. Oh, what? I read it as Anna reads her. That's weird. That's just weird. What? I have no explanation for that. That was odd. And thank you again for letting us use your Discord to plan meetups. I should probably make my own at some point. Yeah, I used quite a lot of time setting mine up, and then I would just like, okay, I just have to do these things, and then I'll just let it go wild, and and then I can do changes as we go. And good morning, Molly Dot. How are you doing? What are your plans for today? Do you have a to-do list, or are you not doing a lot of things? Have you taken your meds? Are you still in bed, maybe? Bad. It's kind of tempting. It's her handle on Bookstagram, and I think YouTube is... Yeah, I found her on YouTube. My phone is like in that direction, so and Ronja says good morning to Molly Dot, and Sally says she wants brushing. At least I know I have a mug of tea. Oh, that's perfect though, isn't it? Like having your cat and a cup of tea. Sounds really good. And that's the link, YouTube link. And yep, right, link is right, yes. And and she's our social media person for University Library. Oh, fun. I actually have another I used to work with a good while ago, before I worked here, so it's a few years ago, not a few years ago. There's this Norwegian, he was a student then, and then he's now like a full-blown librarian. But we worked, he was like working every second Saturday as well as every second Wednesday evening, not evening, afternoon, I think. And he has I think he has both TikTok, but I'm not on TikTok, so I don't really know. But he's on Instagram and he's doing really well, and I got him to do a author interview with T. Kingfisher for Norcon last year. And he was like really, or I wasn't the one who asked him, but I was the one who put his name out there because he does a lot of horror as well. And he's doing really well on Instagram, and I'm so pleased for him. Skräckbibliotekaren is his handle on Instagram. Yeah, he's a fun guy. She's at like 20k on her Bookstagram though. 20k. I have 3,000 something. I think that's a lot. Could never be me. No. I don't have you need to work really, really, really hard to get a high number, and you need to put out a lot of content. And I just can't. Molly.has has yesterday's to-do list because I wasn't functional yesterday. Well, that's a to-do list. You can just move it. It's all fine. Molly is in bed, taking meds that don't need food. Yeah, food should probably be on your to-do list at some point. But yes, as I said, sprint is going to be my breakfast time. I'm going to have a look. So I've set I set the sprint to 45 minutes. So it's not too long. But I need breakfast. And Renee says, wow, 20k is a lot. It really is. I've been on Instagram since 2022. The difference between my Insta and YouTube is that my Insta has a bit more in Norwegian. Yeah. Yeah. I do English both places. I don't really think about it even. I use English so much. But I should probably read some Norwegian books this year as well. But right now, I'm reading what I'm reading. And I also have arcs that I need to read at some point. Oh, I actually have some books for work, so I need to read those. So one of those is this one. Lucy by Jamaica Kincaid. I'm not sure if that's the right pronunciation, but it's a very shiny book. But it's a library book from Nesodden Library. So it's not my library, but I love that I can do like interlibrary loans because that's how I get a lot of English language books. So my library is really good with the books in English, but they don't have everything, of course. And if there's some specific book I want to read, I check out if I can find it in the library. And then if not, I'll have to do Libby or... unfortunately, my county is now discontinuing Libby. They're moving out to onto another platform, which I find really shame because it's phone and tablet only, and it's an app, and I can't read on my phone. I can't read on a tablet. I can read like messages and stuff, but I can't sit for an hour and read unless I want a migraine attack, of course. So that doesn't work. Yeah. So yay. And she reads extreme horror mostly, though. So sadly, we can't always share books. We do go to some events together, though, and did share one of our Fae books last year. Now that's cool. I know that Noah also reads extreme horror. He reads a lot of really weird stuff. And he has some videos where he has this crab costume. It's hilarious. It is hilarious. And hope the book is good. Yeah. The Lucy. I'm reading it for a feminist literature event at work. So, but I haven't started reading it yet. Okay, so I think we should go into the first sprint, actually, very shortly. Kay, hi, how are you doing? Oh, long time no see. How are things? What are you working on? Good morning, just popping in to say hi and boop the like button. Oh, thank you, very much appreciated. Yeah, I think we should go into the first sprint and let's take it from there, and I'll see you in 45 minutes. Welcome back. Yeah, I turned my reading light on. How did that sprint go? So I had breakfast finally. I was so hungry. So I was kind of like, I was just feeling I got more and more hungry. That's why I pretty much just like ran earlier before the sprint started. I was like, oh, I'm hungry. I need to eat food. I also have a cup of coffee in one of my Moomin mugs. This is the one I have today, where they're out hiking in the woods. And then you, of course, have the Moomin troll himself reading a book. I think that was one of the reasons I really wanted this mug, because it was reading a book. Snork Lady, I'm not sure what it's up to. Maybe just looking at these. There's so much action on this mug. I could probably sit and look at it for ages instead of drinking my coffee, which would not be good. So Kay popped in right before we started sprinting and asked how things were, and Kay answers they're good, just a bit of insomnia. Oh no, so I figured I'd come and join you for a bit. That is very nice. Not sure if you're still around. And I said, I pity you just came in as we went into the first sprint. But I really needed breakfast. I was so hungry and also needed coffee. Kay answered, it's okay, go get that coffee. And you'll have to educate me on how you make your timers. I've tried in Canva and can't quite figure it out. So I use OBS for streaming, and there's a built-in tool, and it's a script, and it's called countdown.lua. I don't remember how I did it, but first of all, I'm pretty good with the tech. Second, I'm very good with Googling stuff. So if I don't know how to do something, I just Google and try to figure it out. And that's pretty much how I figured out how to get these chat things on screen. I used to have like a chat going on, but that was it was so hard to follow, so I prefer this way of chatting, like so you can also see on screen what I'm answering or what we're chatting about. So that was nice. So yeah, I use OBS, so I'm not sure if that's any helpful. I also use OBS for recording, so I've used the timer and recorded like the opening timer. Other than that, I just use the built-in timer, and I can set it to whatever time I want. So I don't know how to do it in Canva either. I use Canva for thumbnails and stuff like that, but I don't really do videos either. I have another video editor, so there's that. And then Noah came along. It can't stay long. I have someone coming around, but I hope your sprint goes well and hitting that like button. Thank you, Noah. You're probably gone by now. Also, Ven is not around because Ven is working. Poor soul. Works and works and works. And then Noah said, when they are gone, I shall return and I shall leave you up on my PC. Thank you, Noah. And much love, Luna. Much love, Noah. And then I said hi to Noah, and I'm making coffee right now because that was what I was doing right then. Kyla said hi to Noah and heard you're also Manchester based. And yes, that is correct. And Soledad, hi, how are you? Oh, it's been a hot minute since I saw you. How are things? What are you working on? What are you doing today? You're a bit sick. Oh, lazing around on the couch with my cat. Oh, that sounds like a perfect thing to do if you're not well. Maybe it's time for a second coffee. How is everyone? Well, I'm still on my first coffee, so first for a second coffee probably isn't too bad. I don't think I'll have more than one coffee. I normally don't drink more than one, maybe two coffees in a day. Seldom more than that. I probably aim for tea after that, or water. Renee had breakfast, so parts of Kyla's video, and took out the bin. Very well done. I had breakfast, as I said. Oh yeah, and I did read some, but I didn't read much because there was like very limited time to read when I was done with having breakfast, making breakfast, having breakfast, and making coffee. I hand brew my coffee, so that always takes a bit of time. I use AeroPress. And, Kay is still here. Right for the most part, still trying to wake up. Kay, you're in the US, aren't you? So what time is it where you are? Here it's 11:30, so it's still not even noon. So I would guess it would be super early in your place. Unless I'm totally mistaken about where you are. Okay, says thank you. I don't know you could do that with OBS. Yeah, just Google timer OBS or something. And there's probably different solutions. I normally just do a little bit of research and then I figure it out eventually. What is it with this camera? I get all blurry. Soledad says breakfast is next on my to-do list. Well done. However, it seems like I have to add grocery shopping on to-do list too. Oh no, not in a mood to do that today. Can you have groceries delivered? Is that a possibility for you? So we normally get groceries delivered, but you can normally not get it the same day. At least at 1 or 2 days after order. But it's still really nice if you it's like if you plan ahead, then it's good. But we can get from Fedora, I can get from a place called Yorkade, but the selection is really limited. So it's just like last resort if there's like really something specific. There was like one Sunday when I really needed cardamom and I had to like put in an order. I ordered some pasta as well. I remember like some tagliatelle pasta. I am making dinner today and I am making soup. I don't know what sort of soup. Have options. Knowing myself though, I might probably just end with a lentil and carrot soup because it's good, it's yummy, and it's so easy to make as well. I just throw in like everything into my crock pot and then cook it, and then I use the hand blender and just bzzzt. It's so easy. And I have a garlic bread in the freezer, so I could just like bake that. It's just like the ready-made garlic bread. So easy and so nice. And Kay says hello to Soledad and how's the kitten? Kitties. We are very pro cats on this channel. Pro animals in general, but I think my favorite animals is like people ask, so what's your favorite animals? And I can't just pick one. So I love bunnies, I love horses, I love hamsters, I love cats. Dogs are okay. I don't dislike dogs, but I'm really, really afraid of them. I think it was because, I can't remember it, but apparently I was bitten as a kid by a small dog when I was like 2 years old or 3 years old or something. So I can't remember it, but apparently that happened, and since then I've been terrified of dogs, I guess. They're scary. While big horses are not scary. They're just nice. Oh yeah, I was very much a horse girly as a teen, and like tweens and teens. Uh, I recently read Ponies at the Edge of the World, which is such a beautiful little book on. It's this woman who goes to Shetland to study Shetland ponies and the connection between the humans, the humans and what they do, and those kind of things, and the Shetland ponies. And the book was so wonderful. It's nature writing, but it's also kind of a memoir, I guess, because she talks about herself and how she experiences Shetland. Shetland is a beautiful place. I really want to go back. Been there twice before, and I like the personality of the ponies. Yes. I don't have that much experience with Shetland ponies. I have a friend, a childhood friend. He has Icelandic horses, and I visited her briefly in 2019, in November 2019, and we talked about me coming visit after like New Year's, like in spring or something, the next year, 2020. And you can just imagine how well that went. And now I don't live in Oslo anymore, so it's even harder to get where she lives. So, yay. Soledad says Kitten has a lot of pent-up energy I can't match today. She's doing like the zoomies, like zoom, 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 zoom. I remember visiting a friend of mine, and she had a cat who was very active, and I was sleeping in the living room on the sofa, and and the cat was just doing all the zoomies at night. I didn't get much sleep, but somehow I didn't really mind. And so that is, and she said she would rather go hungry than eat fish. Well, that's fair enough if you ask me. I mean, you can't say it's like. I think that animals always have these personality, especially cats. But all animals have their own personality, I think. Cases, I have way too much coffee every day. Enough to probably caffeinate a horse. That's a lot of coffee. I mean, you would think, being a Norwegian, I would drink a lot of coffee, but for me it's like quality over quantity. So I do hand brew, and I do light roasted coffee, like specialty coffee. And for me it's like the taste thing. And I don't even get all that much energy from coffee, unfortunately. I wish I did, but I don't. Oh well. And cases, it's 5:30 a.m. here. That's early. But if you wake up, you wake up. So, I don't know your age, Kay, and I don't like guessing. But if you struggle with insomnia, if you're 40 plus, or 40 years or older, it might be perimenopause who does it, or menopause for that sake. I feel so lucky. I'm in my 50s. I feel so lucky because I know that I'm in perimenopause because I have seen symptoms, or I've seen things. I don't like calling it symptoms because it's a natural part of life for the female body to be in perimenopause. Also, if I'm assuming that you're having a female body, I'm also like, sorry, but you're female representing in your picture. correct me if I'm wrong. I'm totally fine with being corrected if I'm wrong. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about like menopause and perimenopause. Good excuse. So yeah, I know that a lot of people also struggle with insomnia and sleep and all sorts of things. And I feel like I've been so lucky. What I notice mostly is like my period being wonky. Like all of a sudden getting like 2 weeks before 3 weeks. Yeah, no. I've never really had a good, well, up until I can't remember when, but up until so for a period, it's been a good while. But when I was younger, I had very my cycle was very uncycled. What do you say? It wasn't like a clockwork, to say the least. So I could go months between 2 times of having a period. And then for a while I used a Nova ring, which is like a contraception. And after that, I had to stop doing hormones, anything hormone related with contraceptions, because I got really affected by them. I got really depressed, which they don't really talk about. But I read I struggled with, at the time I struggled with the depression in the first place, and then I started reading on the back, and it's like, yeah, one of the by effects is like depression. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore. So I haven't done anything hormonal since. But since then, my period went like 3.5 weeks cycle on point, and now it's kind of a little bit off. So that is probably perimenopause. This thing is a very long time ago. And it's all good. And this was welcome to my TED Talk. Soledad said, I finished moving a few days ago. Oh, that's good. Starting new job on Monday. Ooh. Are you still in... Because I remember you being in the UK. Are you still in the UK, Soledad? That is why I wasn't around for a while. This week, I'm recharging my batteries and telling everyone about my new kitten. That's wonderful. Oh, I feel like I'm about to sneeze. But I think if I squeeze the tip of my nose, I will not sneeze. See. So how was the move? Moving is exhausting. I don't like moving. It's so draining. It's so draining. Kay says, we order our groceries all the time. Oh yeah, the delivery fee is well worth not having to deal with a crowded store. Well, actually for us, we normally use something called Oda. I don't know exactly where they are. They used to be called something something else previously. They used to be called Colonial, and then they said they wanted to branch out into the world because they did so well during COVID, and and they wanted to branch out to the world, and then they had to change their name because they couldn't be called Colonial, which has a different meaning in Norwegian. Colonial basically means groceries, and they wanted to branch out, and then they had to change their name and they chose to be named Oda. And the delivery fee is actually not that bad. And they have things we can't find in most shops where we live. So for us, it's well worth. Also, we don't have a car, so having a Oda order is better in so many ways when we want heavy things like fizzy water. That's my big weakness, and we couldn't afford to buy fizzy water. Of course, we can drink water from the tap. That's not a problem here. But I just like the fizz. So at work we actually have these dispensers, and it's connected to the water line, but they have these containers with that the thing that makes the bubbles. The word escapes me right now. It's called kullsyre in Norwegian. Carbonated. It's carbonate. Yeah. Anyway, the thing that makes the water carbonated is just like attached. So I can just like go with my bottle and do the thing. I really want a new water bottle, but I want one I can put into the dishwasher. I've seen some really nice metal ones. There's some Moomin ones, but I'm kind of worried that it's hard to keep them clean. That's my concern. But yeah, also crowded store, agree. I'm not a big fan of big crowds. I'm an introvert. Solidat says, I don't think there would be free slots for grocery delivery today. Oh yeah, fair enough. And only the more expensive shops do delivery, so I end up spending much more than I would spend normally. Oh, that's a pity. That's actually the good thing with Oda, that they have, they pretty much have the same prices as, it's not more expensive than the low-cost chains. I think they basically is about the same level as Rema 1000. I think that's about the level of prices, so it's not that expensive. There's another shop that also does delivery called Meny, and I do them occasionally because they have some things I can't get elsewhere, and they also have like 2 for 3 on Oatly products and Gryr products, and I like the Oatly oat milk. And they also do have Alpro yogurts that the other shop doesn't have, soy yogurts. And I really like the soy yogurts because of the protein content and the flavor. Unless it's the blueberry ones, because the blueberry ones are horrible. So there's that. Kay says, oh no, I'm sorry, you're scared of dogs. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I used to train them with my business. Love dogs. Yeah, that's fine. Especially guardian breeds, mastiffs, etc. I'm not very good with breeds, but the smaller they are, the scarier they are, in my opinion. Apparently, I've been told that the dog that bit me was a poodle, so it's not maybe a surprise that it's the smaller dog that scares me. But yeah, training dogs, that's probably very interesting. Kayla says, oh, I'll check out that book. I talk about it in my video. Oh, which video is it? Well, I'll have to go and have a look now. There is one of my videos. Let me see. Excuse me. I talk, so I get a little bit weird. What is that? So it's this video. I'm going to send you the link where I talk about the book. So maybe. Oh, can I spell video where I talk about folies at the edge of the world? So I actually got my copy. First, I actually borrowed the book in the library first. And I made a reel for it and everything, or a short for it. So I have a short up with a hardback edition, but then I actually got it in Kobo because I kind of realized that I just need to read it more slowly. And then I ended up reading it faster than I thought I would when I because that was, at some point, that was the only book. Because at the end of the year, when 2026 started, I had only 2 current rates, and And the first one was Spellbound by Nicole, for Thomas, for people who don't know Nicole. That I'd been reading it throughout the I started reading it shortly after it was published, and then I've been reading a little and little and little throughout the year. So I was past 80% at the end of the year. And then I was like, no, I need to finish this book. And it's a really lovely book as well. So well written. I had so much fun reading it. It's obviously a young adult book, but I don't mind that at all. And then when I finished that, Ponies at the Edge of the World was the only book I was currently reading. So I ended up reading that. Kyla says, cats are my fave for pets, but I've gotten used to dogs now too. That's good. We are getting guinea pigs soon as our pets. Guinea pigs, they're so cute. I have a friend and they have guinea pigs. And you always have to have at least 2, I think, because they're social animals and they don't like being alone. And Kayla says, my favorite animals overall, though, are manta rays and red pandas. Manta rays. What are manta rays? Google. I need to Google. Manta rays. I don't know what that is. Manta rays. Djevelskate is what they're called in Norwegian. Oh, they are cool. They look like flying fish, sort of. Like a big, I don't know how big they are, but they look big. Oh yes, they are big if this picture is true. Oh, goodness gracious. How cool. Oh, this reminds me of, I was in Australia back in 2001, approximately 25 years ago. I went to Australia, and one of the things I did there was to snorkel, and I also did a test dive in the Great Barrier Reef. One of the most fantastic things I've done in my life was snorkeling in the Great Barrier Reef, and the life underwater was just so amazing. Ever since then, I've wanted to get a diving certificate, but it's first of all, it's expensive, and second of all, you need to dive with someone. I don't know how it's like in other countries, but I think here it's advised to always be at least 2 people. But also snorkeling is really good, but I've not really done it. I could like but the thing is, I live in Norway. The water is so cold. The ocean is so cold. I don't really go swimming in the ocean during summer either, because I'm a bit of a frozen person. I don't like the cold. But yeah, and red pandas, they're also really cute. As I said, I like all animals. I mean, I even like rats. Unfortunately, I'm very allergic to rats, and I learned that the hard way by cuddling one. That was a pet rat, though. I probably wouldn't go up to a wild rat. Not a good idea. They would be scared and bite, which I can understand. Kay says, I have cats, but my hubs is deathly allergic. We'd had cats, but my hubs is deathly allergic. Yeah, then it's not a good plan to have a cat. That's one of the reasons we don't have a cat either. I'm allergic, and also I think it would be very hard when we travel, like if we go to Ireland. My partner is Irish, so if you go to Ireland for a longer period, it's like, where would you could put a cat in a kennel, but I'm not sure I would feel too great about it. I know my ex-girlfriend has a cat. She and I, we're still friends, and I know that she often puts the cat in. She's married now, and they put the cat in the kennel if they travel. But I don't think it happens that often. And I remember this was before she met her now husband. And then I remember her going to Canada because her ex is Canadian and she used to live in Canada, so she tries to go there every now and then. And I remember cat sitting. So I worked I worked in Jæren, basically. So I lived in Sandnes. So I took the train, and she lived really close to one of the train stations. So I just got off the train station and then went to her flat. I had the key, of course, and spent some time with the cat. Changed the cat loo, and gave the food, and we had a lovely time. Played a little, sat reading, and the cat wanted to be up on my book because, of course, they wanted scratchers rather than me reading. But yeah, that was really lovely. So it was almost like having a cat for a small period of time, but only for a small. And also, it's like it wasn't full time, so I did well. Okay, as long as I take allergy meds, I'm okay, but I'm not sure how it would work out if I was like full time with a cat. So Kay says, I don't get energy, but the ADHD squirrels calm down with coffee. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. I did not know that was a possibility. But then again, I don't have ADHD, so it's more of an opposite problem for me, I guess, getting drained very easily, especially around people. So this is a good way to do socializing for me, as that I can be social without being like immediate around people. I like one-on-one or very small group of people. That's better for me. And also, of course, I like being social as well in some ways. It's very hard to explain, but if it's like in a group with people that I have things in common with, it's fine. But of course, when there's loud music and stuff like that, it can get really tiring, especially if it's hard to hear what people are saying. Yep, that is exactly what it is. Perry. Oh, what is this? Now I've forgotten. Ah, brain. You are not kind to me always. Renee says, I have always wanted a dog, but with expenses and such, not happening. Yeah, it can be very, very expensive, and especially if your your furry animal your furry family member gets sick. It can get super expensive. I've had hamsters, and I remember one of my hamsters getting a tumor, and we had to operate. That was very expensive. And some people went like, oh, but why do you keep the hamster? It's just like a small animal, and it'll die soon anyway. And I was like, really? No, of course we will give it the needed operation, because it's still a family member, and he went on to live for a good while longer as well. Soledad says, little Billy is tortoiseshell, and after a few days of settling down, I can say that tortitude is real. Tortitude. Oh, I would love to see a picture. Do you have pictures anywhere? Oh, so if you have furry family members or furry family friends, you can join the Discord and post pictures. I have a Discord server, and everybody's welcome. Everybody I know is welcome. And oh, I'll post a little link in the chat. There are some rules that you are required to follow, but it's basically be a decent human being, mostly. Nothing too strict, just like a little bit, just to make everything smooth. And I want also the Discord to be as much of a safe space for people as I can. But pictures of your furry friends and family members are very welcome. There's a channel on the server for pictures, and I'm very happy to see them. Yeah, I just love picture of non-human animals are very welcome. Of course, also selfies are welcome, but that's another channel for that. Lots of different channels on my Discord. Renee says, though it's not a big loss, really. Well, no, it's like you have a much freer life when there's no furry family members to take care of. Also very expensive, as we've talked about already. And Kay says, yeah, your cortisol levels get jacked up. It's okay. I'm she, her. Oh, thank you. Cool. I am also she, her, for those who doesn't know. Yeah. Irregular. Oh, right. Oh, gosh. We are so behind on the chat. I just realized we're like 20 minutes or over 20 minutes behind on the chat. I'm so sorry. I am chatty today. I hope you don't mind. But I just love the conversation going. So yeah, irregular. I had a really regular schedule. It's not a schedule, it's a cyclus. Back in the days. And so Kay says, I'm a former medical worker, so I was the one that went to the doctor and said, I'm pretty sure I have peri. And she put me on HRT, which is really helping. Yes, hormone replacement therapy. Oh, that's good. I know other people who are also finding that very helpful. I am going to see if I can find a book on my shelf here. I have way too many books. No, I don't. But I have a really good book on menopause. I thought it would be here. Bum. I must have taken it down. Oh, I don't know where it is right now. And I have a book cart, which is very, very full of books. And I have books everywhere. I need to get my library in order so I can get a little bit more organized, because this is just crazy. Yeah. No, I have, it's called, what is it called again? I am going to have a look. It's called the Menopause Manifesto. It's a really, really good book. Menopause. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, I haven't logged in for the blah blah blah. Oh, of course. Never easy, is it? So that is a really, really good book on menopause. Can I do this? There we go. Let's see if I can find it here. So this is called it's called The Menopause Manifest by Jen Gunter. It's a she is a gynecologist, if I remember correctly. I'll leave a link in the chat. It is a really good, really good book. I learned so much, and I think unfortunately there are still doctors who think that hormone treatment is dangerous or something. I talked to people who we were discussing menopause and perimenopause, and she talked. So I talked to someone, and she said that she talked to her doctor, who's a man, and she's in her early 40s, if I remember correctly, or when we talked about it, she was like early 40s. Can't quite remember, but the doctor was about the same age as her, and he was a man. And when she started talking about like menopause and perimenopause, he was like, no, it's not that for some things. And she was like, he probably says that because he doesn't want to get older or something. He doesn't want to be like, because for him that is getting old. And I was like, you need a new doctor. Fortunately, I haven't really, since, as I said earlier, I don't have a lot of, I don't really have any issues with it. So having a little bit of an irregular cyclus it's okay. I can live with that. I sometimes have more pain because I used to have absolutely no pain with my period, and I sometimes have a little bit of a pain now. So that is a very a new experience for me. I feel like I've been so lucky. It's not. I know it's been. I was tested and I had a really high testosterone level, but I can live with that. I don't mind as long as it doesn't kill me. I'm fine. I don't need any medicine or anything. So that was a lot of talk about that. Cases, I appreciate you talking about it. Not many women do. Which I think is very strange. I mean, we should talk about it. It's normal. It's something so... And I don't understand. I think it's a bit of a taboo still for some reason. And I don't understand why. But then again, I have no problems talking about my period either. I mean, it's a natural... It's like... It's a huge percentage of the population on Earth that has these things. Why would we not talk about them? Why is it so terrifying to talk about your period, to talk about menopause, to talk about puberty, things like that? It's natural. It's things we... And I also think that when you talk about it, you don't feel so alone as well. Solida says still UK, but a bit more south. All right. Fingers crossed. The spring starts earlier than May. No, here's to hope. And I had my new place for extra month, which helped me with the move. Yeah, that is very helpful, but still exhausting. Yeah. So yeah, I'm actually will be in the UK in a couple of weeks' time. And I'm doing a meetup. It's all on my Discord. So I'm really looking forward to that. To be in the UK. But nice to fully furnish my place. I painted the walls. Oh wow, it's bigger, so I'm really happy with that. Oh, that sounds really nice. I sometimes wish I could move to the UK, but it has its advantages and it has its disadvantages, and Norway's really nice in many ways, but I miss the variety of food they have in the UK, and the books, accessible, yeah, many things I miss about the UK, but Norway isn't bad, except for the winter. Don't like the winter. Cases Mastiffs are huge, topping 140 libs, sometimes 240 libs. How much is that? Dear Google, let me know how much. Let's have a look. 240 libs to kilograms. 109 kilograms? Bloody. Oh, goodness gracious, those are huge. Those are big dogs. I should Google Mastiff. Mastiff. Oh, those ones. Oh, they're cute. They kind of look sad. They kind of look sad. But yeah, they're very cute. And then I linked to the video where I talked about the ponies at the edge of the world. And Molly Dot says, manta rays are cool. I saw some in Australia. Oh yeah, I can imagine. And wetsuits are very different to bearskin. They really are. I would prefer wetsuit or even dry suit any day. I'm not sure what's the common thing to use in Norway, whether it's a wetsuit or dry suits. One of those is the common when you dive and snorkel and things. Molly Dot. Sally says, there is a swimming group near me that swims in the sea every day throughout the year. Yeah. Like, winter swimming is very popular here. And I have a friend who does it. So they actually do it even when the sea is frozen. So they do like they make a hole in the ice and thanks but no thanks. It's not for me. Renee says, I have a friend who swims weekly in the ocean. Yeah, thank you but no thank you. I tried it a bit last fall but didn't keep up with it. As I said, it's not for me. Soledad says, some cat breeds are hypoallergenic. Have you ever tried to be around them? I think Siberian cat is one of them. I wouldn't know. I have not tried. Don't know if Kay has either. But for me, it's very much, I wouldn't buy a cat. If I were to have a cat, I would adopt. Sally says, it is all I and do to swim in the sea in it is all I and do to swim in the sea in summer. I could be wrong, but I think that Turkish van cats are hypoallergenic. I really don't know. Maybe. Cases, I have to head out for a bit. Oh, thank you for stopping by, Kay. It has been a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for the chatter and sprint. It's 6 a.m. here. Oh, goodness gracious already. Oh, and I'm so behind. And I need some breakfast and more coffee. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by, Kay. It's been a pleasure to have you along. Kayla says, my cat was a black tortoise shell. She hated everyone, but I loved her. Yeah. And there I do link to the Discord. And Solidot says, I think it also matters what cat allergy it is. Yeah, probably. I heard from someone that they're not allergic to the dander or whatever, but something else that even hypoallergenic cats have. Yeah. So it's probably, I don't know, something you have to check out, spend time with the cat or something. Soldier says, thanks, I will send pictures to your Discord if I find where. It's a channel that says, what is it called? And non-human animals. Oh, there we go. This is Billy, 10 to 11 weeks old right now. I got her Monday after 8 years, so waiting to be in a position to have pets again. Oh my goodness, she's cute, adorable. Oh, that is such a lovely little cat. Oh, so lovely. Lovely, lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Okay. I feel like I have something in my throat. And Renee says, where are we? Yep, I have friends with cats. That is good. And then I link to the Menopause Manifesto by Jen Gunter, which is the book on menopause. And Kyle says, I've always had awful pain with periods, and I'm currently under investigation for endometriosis. It's always a tongue twister, that word. Yeah, I don't know. If it's anything like in the UK, it takes ages to get the... I know here, it takes ages to get the oh, my brains. Diagnosis, it's called in Norwegian, diagnosis. So I used to work with someone, and her doctor, instead of kind of, she was like talking, I was like, I probably have endometriosis, and he was like, her doctor was like, no, but try these contraception pills, and tried, and I don't remember how many she was trying throughout 1 year, and then of course she got a blood clot in her leg, and she wasn't even 30. And so she was a little bit upset. It went really well because the blood cloth wasn't that bad, but I don't know how it's gone because I don't work there anymore. But if I go there, I would probably try to ask and see, like, how is this going and things like that. But yeah. I don't understand why it should be so hard. Well, I kind of know why, but it angers me a little bit. And so this is okay. I just posted Billy's pictures in Discord, and that was so. And Molly Dot says, I was the opposite. I went from a lot of pain to nearly none, but high volume flooding. I had really high volume flooding when I was younger, and then after using hormones, those kind of lightened. So I don't know what the deal was with that. Now it's all over the place. So, and Kyla says it took 25 years for a male doctor last November to finally say, maybe it's not normal level of pain, and he referred me. It's insane. Hello, good morning, or good afternoon, Katie. It's past 12 here now. How are you doing? Good to see you. Did you figure out did you get some new PlayStation 2 games, or did you figure out some new games for your PlayStation 2? Because you were asking on that about that on Discord, but I haven't done PlayStation 2 in years and years and years, so I was of no good help there. Molly says, found something that said wetsuits are enough for Norway in summer, but dry suits needed for winter. Yeah, that sounds about correct. And Renee says, hey to Katie, and Renee says, my period has varied a lot how painful it is, but when it's been pain, a painkiller has helped. That's good. That's very good. And Renee says, I never vomited or anything like that. Oh, that must be horrible. I just don't envy people who vomit and has so much pain from their period. It's just horrendous. Kyla says, I used to almost pass out from the pain, but it's been much better since I got put on the pill and IBS meds. That's good. Not solve the problem though, no. So I hope they figure out, and if you can get a diagnosis, if it's endometriosis. Because I think there's a lot of people who are with endometriosis that are undiagnosed for various reasons. Also, there has been more research, but there's not enough research on it. And Katie says, I am doing good. I'm happy to hear that. And Malida says, HRT didn't work out for me. It made my depression worse. Oh no, if I can recall correctly. Oh no, that's not good. Then it's better not to use it. And hello, Ren, how are you? Good to see you. Hello. What are you reading currently today? It's so lovely to see all people here. And Renee says hi to Ren, and Ren says hi to Renee. And Soledad says, I think I need to get ready and go for that grocery shopping before school finished and bad traffic starts. Yeah. If you're still here afterwards, I will definitely come. It was nice to chat for a bit. I was about to say I've just started. We just had one sprint so far, and I'm planning on going at least until it gets dark. So I think it gets dark around 3 o'clock or something, maybe a little bit after. So that's at least 3 more hours, probably more, because why not? Melida says hello to Ren. Ren says, listening to The King Must Die by Kemi Ashingiwa. The King Must Die. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Is it fantasy or science fiction? Or did you talk about this on Data Sprint yesterday? Is this science fiction? Katie says, I'm playing games and I'm working today. That sounds like a really good plan for the day. I think next sprint I actually need to start making the bread. I also need to empty the dishwasher and fill the dishwasher, which is the boring things. But I'm not starting dinner quite yet. Dinner shouldn't take that long. Well, it's a little bit of a cutting of veg and stuff, but other than that, it should be fine. I just throw it into my crock pot, as I said, and hand blend, so it's like a creamy consistency. Renz is also watching His and Hers on Netflix, the Alice Feeney adaptation. This is actually not something that is familiar to me, I must admit. His and Hers. And Ren says hello to Malidad, and it's science fiction. Yeah, I thought you said that yesterday. Yes, I started it in Data Sprint last night. Yes, I remember that. Ooh. After I finished Red City by Marie Lou. Oh, so many books to read, so many books to read. But we are at the end of the chat. Can you imagine that? Right, so I'm going to start the chat there, and I think we should go into the next sprint. I'm going to put it to another 45 minutes because that should leave me enough time to empty and fill and start the bread. So I will see you in 45 minutes. Welcome back! How did that sprint go for you? What did you do? What did I do? I emptied the dishwasher. I filled the dishwasher. I started the dishwasher. I also tidied up in the kitchen, especially the bench, since I am making bread today. I put all the ingredients into my machine, and it's now making the dough so I can make breads. I'm making 2 breads. So that is going, and that is good. I am very happy that I'm making homemade bread again because it's yummy. And also I was on my Discord and watched all the very cute kitties. They're so cute, all of them. All over non-human animals pictures. So happy to see all the pictures. Hope there will be more, because that's awesome. I love that. So that was good. Let's get back to... And then Carrie arrived. Hello, Carrie. Good morning, afternoon, evening. It is afternoon here. But hello. I normally stick with hello because it covers all the times of the day. It's morning and afternoon and noon and everything. It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Ren says hello to Carrie, and Carrie says hello to Ren. And Noah has returned. Welcome back, Noah. How are you doing? What are you up to today? What are you reading now? You probably missed. Kyla earlier asked you, it's like, are you another Manchester person or Manchester booktuber? And they were very excited to see another Manchester person. And Noah said, ooh, making bread, yes. Making bread is important. Or, it's not important, but it's nice. It's really nice to have homemade bread. I used to do it fairly regularly, but I haven't done it in a while because I haven't had the spoons. So I'm very happy to be able to do that again. Who knows when I'll manage to do it next time. Who knows? Ren says, watched another episode of His and Hers. Have about 2 episodes left until I'm done with the season. That's good. So they're all out, I guess. I don't really know neither the book nor the series, so... And then Ren says hello to Noah. Carla says I packed a lot and just finished some styling on a wig. 10 pages left on my book. Well done, well done, well done. Will there be pictures of cosplay in the Discord, Kyla? I would love to see that. And Noah says hello to Ren. And I am a Manchester person. Yes, you are. Well, Kyla is here still, I think. So it's all good. Sorry, I missed them. I don't think you did. So that's good. Ren says, yeah, it all came out at once. Yeah. Sometimes they do that. Sometimes they don't. I actually still have to watch season 2 of Wednesday. And that came out... First they had like some, and then there was like a month, and then there was like next, and therefore I never got around to watch it. But I've been thinking of watching it, so I'm going to do that at some point. Maybe I'll watch some today, depending on. Right now it's daylight, so I'm going to be chilling with you and do some stuff. like bake bread. You can probably hear my bread maker go in the background. It is not quiet, that's for sure. Ren says, I know of the book, but I haven't read it. Yeah, I'm a bit weird that way. I will not watch things because I haven't read the book, and then I kind of think I'm going to read the book first, and then I'm going to watch, and then sometimes I don't watch the thing, and I don't read the book. So I've been thinking, Game of Thrones. So I started reading Game of Thrones, and I've read the first 100. I think I've read the first 50 or 100. I don't remember. I read like a chunk, like 50 or 200 pages of the book, the first 50 to 100 pages of the book twice, and I really didn't like the book. I didn't think it was any good, so I haven't watched the show, but now I'm thinking it's like, maybe I should give the show a try. Will I like it though? I'm not sure. I've heard things, and I'm kind of hesitant to watch it since I really didn't like the book, and from people I know that have watched it, I might not like it. It's a little bit like The Walking Dead. I've read the I don't know how far I got into The Walking Dead, but the comics. I've read at least 10, 13, 14 books or volumes of The Walking Dead, and then at some point it came out on HBO, and I don't know if it would be a good idea because I think they've changed it quite a bit. So I'm not sure if I want to watch it. Also, it's zombies, and I struggle with zombies. I don't mind them so much in books and comics, but TV, I'm not a huge fan of zombies in general, but like TV shows and films, not a big fan of zombies. Give me vampires and werewolves, I'm happy. Not zombies. But there are reasons. Kyla says, I can post pictures of my costumes, but one I haven't fully worn before yet. Well, you can post pictures after you've been to London, if you want to. That's also fine. Pictures are always welcome. Maybe I should make a channel for costume pictures, and I can post some of my old pictures from when I was LARPing back in the days on the Discord. So pretty and cool things. Baby. So this is Willow. So yeah, I started a message earlier and I didn't post it, I forgot. So I'm going to make a channel of pretty and cool things, and I'm going to call it Costumes. That's very broad. So that can be pictures. So that's on the Discord now. I made a new channel for costume pictures because it's cool. New, old, and I think Noah, if you're still around, please post a picture there of yourself in a crab costume, because it's so funny. It's hilarious. So that is fun. Where are we? There. And Kyla goes, still here, to Noah. And I hear you like her. Me too. We all like her. No, I don't know if we all do. I don't think Renee likes her, but I like her, and Noah likes her. But as I said, it's very seasonal for me. It tends to be, I think. Rest I didn't finish Wednesday either, lol. Well, I've seen the first season. I just have to watch the second season. And I'm planning to. I've been planning to. I just haven't gotten around to do it yet. For some reason or another. I don't think I have a very good excuse, but you know. What the heck? So, yeah. No, it says, hey, to Kyla, and Ren says, I only feel the need to read it before I watch it, for fantasy, weirdly enough. Oh, for me it's all genres, it doesn't really matter. Game of Thrones is fantasy, but I don't know, I just didn't like the book at all. Actually, I think that the show I've watched that, but that was just because I didn't know there was a book. But the Chronicles of Shannara, I had no idea. When I watched the TV show, I didn't know that it was a book. But now I want to read the books. And I have the first book. And I got it from Better World Books, and I really like them, but they have this sticker on the back, and it's really stuck, which really annoys me, because I want to try to remove it. So I think I need to get some plaster remover, like, not plaster, glue sort of remover thingy, and then hopefully I can do that for the book, and it'll be fine. That is something I should look into. Just have to remember it, I guess. I should probably just do like this. Plaster fjärdelar. I got a lot of band-aids. Nail-lockern, no, it's not the same. Why is there nothing here? That is a little bit annoying. Maybe. And there's super glue, and there's all other things of all kinds of things, but not that. Lemon soap? No. No, 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 no. Okay. I guess I have to look for it elsewhere. Oh well, that's a pity. Oh well. Noah says, I watched the show and read a few of the books. I don't think you will like it. Okay, I get that. Yeah, I don't know. I could give it a go. The thing is that I don't have to watch things to the end if I don't like it. I mean, I started watching a show, I can't remember what it was called, but it has this really cool concept of it being, it started out like somebody coming on a plane, and then was like a lost, and then they arrived and it was like 4 years later or something, so they're like a time slip thing. And I really liked the concept until it got really, really Christian, and I was like, why are you doing this to me? You had this really cool science fiction, fantasy fiction thing going on with your TV series, and now you're doing this. I don't like it. So I stopped watching it, because I don't have to watch anything to the end. Noah says, I do like horror. You do. Ren says, with romance, contemporary, and thrillers, horror, mysteries, I could still read the book after. That's good. I just like reading the book first. And Noah says, do you also cosplay? I heard wigs and costume. I used to cosplay. Yes, Kyla is a cosplayer. London Comic Con. I didn't know that was now, actually. I'm not very good at like looking up things like that, but I don't normally go to science fiction conventions or rather than comic conventions. Ren says, because usually they aren't exactly the same anyways. That's true, but still. Summer kind goes for dystopians. Yeah, but sometimes they leave things out, and I don't know. I think I might be confused if I haven't read the book first. Expo. All right. And Carrie asks MCM Noah. And Kyla goes London MegaCon. And oh, and yes, I cosplay too. And yeah. Noah says I hadn't cosplayed for a while, but I still waddle down to the expos. Oh, that's fun. And nice. Do you mind me asking where you're based in Match? I'm in Salford. Noah says I'm close to Salford. I'm Ireland near Eccles. And Carrie says I want to rail too much with con, but it might interest to know Brandon Sanderson will be at MCM London in May. Yeah, I'll not be able to do London in May. It would have been fun, but no can do. I actually need a new passport, and I need to figure out when that is happening. I need to find a time, but it needs to happen after I've been to London. So I'm going to London in a couple of weeks, and it's probably my last, well, I'm not saying it'll be my last time to the UK for a good while, because all of a sudden I figure out that I can go, but I have a feeling it'll be the last time. I'm probably not going to the UK again this year, because I am going to Gothenburg for Easter, and then there's some trips to Oslo, and also we're going to go to Ireland for Christmas. So that's going to be probably a couple of weeks in December, at the end of December. And hello, Andy. How are you? How are things? What are you working on today? What are you doing? Stopping by to say hi, hopping out of the house soon. Okay, don't hop too hard. But it's nice of you to stop by. That's very much appreciated. That's for sure. And Noah, OMG, I live 5-minute walk near Cathals. And Noah goes, oh damn. And Kyla to Noah, oh who knew? If you ever fancy a bookshop wander to meet at a cafe nearby, let me know. I would love to meet fellow booktuber. And also is nearby as well, because I have I had a stream where Noah was like in my stream, like as co-hosting thing. He was like in my stream, and then he left. Was it my 15th channel's birthday party? Was that the one? I can't remember. Then he like left, and Ven was there as well. He had popped in, and then Noah left and walked to Ven's and then popped in again with Ven. That was funny. So they live very close as well. It is no secret. And Noah says, I'm 100% down. And how dare you, Luna? What did I do now? What is this for? How dare I? What do I dare? It was Luna, and yes, I like to bug him. What? What did I do? I'm confused. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What What did I do? Oh, how dare you not come back to the UK? Well, I'll come back. I just don't know when. It's probably not happening this year. But then, never say never. Yeah, I do need a new passport. And previously, when I lived in Oslo, it was so much easier to get to the airport. So I would like have more spontaneous trips to the UK because it was so much easier to get there. Now it takes like a long time, which reminds me that I need to check out when I need to leave home for the airport. When I'm going to London in 2 weeks and a day. So tomorrow it's 2 weeks because I'm. So that was the end of le chat, and I'm going to start that, and we are going to go into the next sprint, I think. So I am going to have a look at my timer because I am doing the whole what do you call it? The bread thing. So I think I will have to do. I'm going to do 20-minute sprint. A very short sprint. I'm going to do 20 minutes of 20 minutes, and then after that we're going to have a chat, and then I'm going to go into a new sprint because then is probably when it's time for me to have a look at the breads. So I'm trying to time up things so with the bread stuff, which is the challenge for today. The whole lining up things. But yeah, 20 minutes, and I will see you in 20 minutes. Welcome back from the sprint. How did that go? What did you do? What did I do? Yeah, not a lot. So I went over to my Discord and looked at the lovely pictures of costumes and all the non-human animals, and oh, it's so lovely to see all the pictures. It's so much fun. And wow, Kyla, your costumes are amazing. So good. I'm still awaiting the crab costume, Noah. I'm watching you, Noah. Post a picture of you in the crab costume because I still think it's hilarious. So I'm waiting for that still. Alright. And Noel says lol. And Kyla says, oh, I'd love to visit Oslo. My mom went there once for a few weeks. Oh, if you go, you will have to let me know. I don't live in Oslo. Sad face. I used to live there and I really miss it. But we don't live there anymore. And but it's not super far away. So if you're here on a weekend and I'm not working, like Sunday, for example, Sunday is not, well, it was still still a good day, because I could drag you around to some of my favorite like cafes and stuff. The bookshops will not be open and stuff like that on a Sunday, but the main library is open, which is situated in like this, very close to the main central station. So very central in Oslo. So that's open on Sundays. Other than that, but if it's a Saturday and I'm not working, I could go into Oslo and I could drag you around to all my favorite shops and stuff. All the cool places. Because it's my city. So yeah, we'd love to take people there. Okay, so Scott says... Noah. And Kyle says, oh, it's time to get lunch, I think. I just realized I'm starving. Oh, no, don't starve. I hope you found some food and that you've eaten. And I'm always asking what you're going to eat. And, wait, Kyla, you game too. What do you play? We're all gamers here. Not all, but... quite a few of us. What do you play on? Are you going to see the new Silent Hill movie? And Emma is here. Hello, Emma. How are you doing? What are you up to? So one of the books I read in December was one of Emma's books, and I really enjoyed it. So December for me is like the whole Christmas romance stuff. But yeah, it was lovely. Really, really lovely. So next sprint, I probably am going to do the bread stuff. But hopefully I'll manage to read a little bit as well in my A Secret Garden by Katie Ford. It's really good. I've read a couple of her books previously. I have read From London with Love. I read that last year. And I read Escape, A Country Escape, is that what it's called? Which I pretty much just, so I was in London. When was this? This must have been before COVID. And I was reading, that was before COVID, long before COVID. And I was... with my partner, and we were at the airport, and I was currently reading a Danish crime book, and I was just like, oh, I'm not really in the mood for this right now. So I went to the W.H. Smith, was that it? Don't remember which shop it was, but I went there, and it was like 2 for £5 or whatever it was. Can't remember. It was like 2 for 1. Pay for 2 whatever. I can't remember. Like an offer. And one of the books were like the Katie Ford book, so I picked that up and started reading that instead, and I really enjoyed it. So, always fun to read that. And hello again, hello. Pacing through the pages. Hello everyone, I'm heading into work and wanted something to take my mind off the angst I have about it. Oh no. So here I am. I hope everyone is doing well. And I am sorry, but I don't remember your name. So let me know the name you want me to use for you in the comments or in the chat so I can put that into my spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet. I realized that I am not very good with remembering names, so I made a spreadsheet so I can try to remember people, and after a while, hopefully I'll remember. So it's nothing personal, it's just that I'm not very good at remembering things, unfortunately. I'm just keeping an eye on the time, because that's how things are. It's all good so far so good. And Noah says hello to Emma. And Kyla says to Noah, I do games! Silent Hill is actually my fave game franchise, so I'm going to try my darnest to see the movie. There's so many games as well. Noah goes, hell yeah! Kyla says, I'm so sad it only seems to be showing for 3 days. I need to try and get a showing in London whilst I'm there. Oh, really? Or maybe they haven't put, well, I don't know about the UK. But here they put up, like the program comes up on, I think, Thursdays and only shows for like the next week or something like that. It's very strange. And Noah says, wait, what? 3 days? That's not very long, is it? And Noah says, long live the crab costume. Yes! Yes! And Kyle says, I know, I'm kinda devastated about it. I love the first film, and Guilty Pleasure loves the second one. Which is fair, I haven't seen any of them. Molly says, I'm still dozy. That is fine. I won't be doing much today either. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Take care of yourself, Molly Dot. Noah says, my guilty pleasures are the Resident Evil movies. I get it. Oh, I've seen some of those. But those are kind of zombies too, aren't they? It's been a good while since I watched them. At least, I think maybe 10 years, maybe. Over 10 years, probably, actually. Come to think of it. Noah says, no, but I also love the Resi movies. Me and my flatmate are playing through all the games at the moment. We are on 6 right now. Wow, that's impressive. That's impressive. And Noah says, I really like 6. My friend hated it, lol. I'm not sure how many I've seen. Maybe not that many. And Noah says, Silent Hill movie is only out from 23rd to 29th. How poop. Yeah. Oh, Jen, yes, I knew this. I'm going to put it in so I don't forget it again. I was like, I think I know this, but yeah. As I said, memory not always the best. It's there now. You're in my spreadsheet, so I don't forget. It's good to have you here. And Kyla says, oh, that's a little longer than I thought then. Maybe I could go next week. I'm free Tuesday. If you are, I'd love to see you plan going to the cinema together in my chat. Oh, bringing people together. And Noah says, let me check my rota 1 sec. And Kyla says, I low-key love Resident Evil 6. My flatmate hated it initially, but now we've hit the it's so dumb it's fun part and having a great time. That's good. And Noah says, I have the shortest shift ever on Tuesdays from 1 till 5:15, so technically after that I'm free? Question mark. That's not a very long trip. I actually have a very short. I'm actually working on. Well, I'm working this Saturday, but I'm also working a little bit next Saturday in a little over a week, and I'm not having the day off, the Thursday off. Before that, I normally have that when I work Saturdays because I'm only working for a couple of hours. But we have a huge event going the whole weekend, so I'm just stepping in to be on desk for a couple of hours, so the person who's supposedly to be on the desk is free to do her author interview. We're doing something called bokhelg, which means book weekend. Noah says, also that's the right vibe for Resident 6. That's fun. And Kyla says, I finish at 5 p.m. so I could do then. I'll switch this just to match the message. Yeah. Yeah. Feel free to, but I just find it so fun. It's nice to see your chat. And Noah says, they are zombies, my biggest fear, but I love them. I'm so terrified of zombies. My reason for this is that I went to a LARP back in 2004, I think it was, called Kalde Brenninger. I don't know what that would be in English, but anyway, it was a LARP, and it was a horror LARP. First of all, I did not know it was a horror LARP. I did not know there would be zombies. And in Norwegian LARP, you have this cot rule, and when you say cot, people are supposed to go out of character and leave you and let you leave. And I was in a room, and there were like a lot of zombies flooding in, and it took me by such a surprise. And I think if I had known beforehand and known it was like a horror LARP, I would have reacted very differently, but I got so scared, and I caught, and they didn't hear me. In all the chaos, they didn't hear me, so they didn't caught. And yeah, it was not good. It was a little bit traumatic, to say the least. So, yeah, had I known, it would have been different. And sounds good. And smile. And bless you, Luna. That sounds awesome. So that's the end of the chat. I guess Kyla and Noah went and had their own chat somewhere else. Yeah. So I guess that means we are off to another... I guess we should just go to another sprint then, since there's no more chat. So since I'm making bread, I need to make it a little bit longer. This wait. This next sprint is going to be a little bit longer, and now goes lol, and I'm still here. Oh, good to know. Yeah, I think we should go into the next sprint though, and I think I need to both bake the breads. Also, I need to have lunch. Because I'm getting, yeah, so I want the foods. You made me hungry with your talk about bread. And, sorry, no, it's setting. Yeah, and I'm actually hungry, so I need to eat something as well. So let's have a eat food and do the stuff sprint. So I think I'm going to do 75 minutes for this sprint. 75 minutes, and then That'll leave us until after 3 o'clock. Well, actually, I'm going to make it 60 minutes, and hopefully I'll manage to do all that I need to do in that. Next hour, I think. Hopefully that'll leave us enough time for things and stuff. So, which sprint is this? This is the third or fourth sprint. I think it's the third sprint, isn't it? I think it's the third. Yeah. See? Brains. All of those things. But yeah, I'll see you on the other side of this sprint. And I will talk to you in the chat a bit. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Having a little bit of a technical issue here, as things are sometimes. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Hopefully it will work fine now. So, that sprint felt very short. But yes, what did you do? How did this sprint go for you guys? So I just made myself a cup of tea. That's the reason why I was slightly delayed. Because I had to shuffle things around in the fridge for my oat milk. Yes, what else? I had lunch also. I didn't make lunch, but I had lunch. And I baked up the breads, put them into the tins, so they are now waiting for them to be big enough to go into the oven, so I can bake the breads. So that feels very good. So they will need to bake later on. And I also got some stuff sorted that I was quite stressed about, actually. Something I've been dealing with, but I don't want to give details, but for various reasons I'm not going to give any details. But it was something that kind of stressed me out, and I finally managed to sort those things out, so that feels really good as well. So this sprint kind of was filled with things that I did. So I was very active. It wasn't very active sprint. So let's go have a look at the chat. And yes, this was so Kayla had some cheese and crackers. Oh, that's a very small meal. I hope they filled you up enough. And then I said lunch break, because we went on a lunch break. And hello, Alina. Good morning to you. Here it is past 3 o'clock, so 15:12 actually. So definitely not morning anymore. The morning is far gone. But it's all good, and I am good. I'm good to hear. I am reading Powerless by Lauren Roberts. Oh, I think that is one of the really, really popular books, isn't it? I have not read that. There are so many books. Just made myself some coffee. Good, and a little bit of a creamer. Creamer is something I think is a very American thing. I don't really know I never really grasped what on earth creamer is. And Noah is back. Good. What did you get to eat, Noah? What did you eat? Did it fill you up? And Noah asked if Powerless is good. And Soledad is back. I have so much food, I will spend the rest of the sprint unloading it. Well, it's an achievement, and it feels so nice when you've filled up the fridge and cupboards with things that you need. So I think the next sprint I'm probably going to also... I wanted to read, but I need to bake the breads. So that's probably starting to happen next sprint. Another thing that I bake bread, and need to shop food, groceries, or order groceries. Yeah, so I actually started that last sprint, but not done. I need to figure out what we need and stuff like that. But yeah, when it's it feels so nice when you've gotten the groceries that you need. Oh, come on. What's wrong with you, camera? There we go. But it was the first grocery shopping since moving, so I just needed to restock on absolutely everything. Yeah, it feels very like every time you moved, like every time. I don't know about you, I've moved a lot, but when you need to restock, it's a bit of a. It feels a lot of. It feels like something you need to breathe or something. I don't know. Hello, Mari. So yes, as I said, it's not more morning here. It is 3:15 p.m. I think you say in English. I would say 15:15. I'm reading The Grasping Root by Margaret Pinard. Oh, that's cool. I have not read anything by Margaret. But I really should. Yes, 40% in. That is good. Good. I should probably look for some of her books. I think it's fun to read books by authors, you know. At the same time, it can be a little bit intimidating because you don't know if you like it or not. And I've experienced one. This was not a person that I knew per se. But there was an author I was like communicating with a little bit on Twitter back in the days. This is so far back that I was still on Twitter. I haven't been on Twitter in years and years. It got so toxic at some point. Long before Elon Musk. I know that people say, oh, after Elon Musk bought Twitter, it got bad. But no, it turned bad before then. It just got worse. It was bad already, and then it got worse. So there was this author, and I got like an arc. Was it an arc? It was like, yeah, I think it was an arc. And it was such full of cliches, and I was just, I didn't like it, and so I sent a message and said, I am not going to finish the book. I'm sorry, but the book is not my cup of tea. That's what I said. It's not my cup of tea, so I'm not going to finish the book. I'm so very sorry for that, and therefore I'm not going to review it either. And he didn't talk to me again after that, so I guess he got quite upset. But I think if you're an author, you should also know that not everybody, even though if you're a fantasy author and you find a fantasy reader, that doesn't mean that this person will like your book automatically, because not all books are for everyone. I'm sure there are people that like that book, and that's fine, but it wasn't for me, and it was a little bit, yes, I'm not going to go into more details about that. Kyla ate lunch, really good, and played some Animal Crossing, so back to work now. Are you working from home? I wish I could work from home. It's so nice. That's one thing I really enjoyed during COVID. Working from home. And in my last job, I was actually able to work from home once a week or something. It was super nice. Have returned, Noah. No, I haven't letting Milo out. Oh, I haven't seen any pictures of Milo in the non-human animals channel on my Discord, Noah. There's that. And hello, Mel! Mel is here. Hello, how are you? Good morning, good afternoon. I'm not quite sure when it becomes evening, because that's a very... I can't really... I live in a country where when it gets dark, it varies a lot from season to season. Right now, it's actually starting to get dark. It's not dark yet, but it's starting to get dark. So, and yeah, it's 15:19 now. So what are you doing? What are you reading, Mal? Soledad says, I unloaded groceries and put lasagna in the oven. That means you'll have dinner, I guess. Or is it your lunch? I mean, you might have... I don't know when you normally have a dinner. So we just had lunch, for us it was a really late lunch. Well, once I'm done with the bread, I will need to start cooking dinner. So it's not too late with the dinner. And yeah, tomorrow is another work day and 2 more work days, and then I have Sunday off, and actually I have Monday off as well. And I am doing a kind of sprint. I am sprinting on Monday. But I'm starting quite late, and I'm probably not be going, well, it depends on. But I'm starting late because I have a doctor's appointment I think it's at 10. And I don't know how long I will have to wait. Sometimes I don't know. I normally also would like to go to yoga class. It starts at 11. But I'm not sure. So I don't think it's fairly late, the sprints. But I need to study my meditation and mindfulness teacher training stuff, so there's that. And now I have my 3rd coffee. Well, I have tea. And I'm reading a book. Did you tell us what you're reading? What are you reading, Soledad? Mel had a late start to my morning. Oh, sometimes that's what you need. But I'm reading Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. Oh, that is supposed to be really good. And I actually have a copy somewhere. I'm not sure if I have it here or in my other flat on the other side of the country. But I have been meaning to read this for many years. It's been on my TBR for I don't know how many years. Many, I tell you. More than 10. Still haven't gotten around it. But someday I will. I'm pretty sure I will someday. Molly.Dot played Lango Legend. So which language is your language of the month, Molly.Dot? And Molly.Dot says hello to Mel, and Mel says hello to Molly.Dot. And Mary says, I'm in Ohio, and its time is 9:15. Where are you? I am in Norway. I'm in Fredrikstad. Or Frekstad, no, that's not how they say it. It's a joke among Norwegians, but it's not how they say it. It's Fredrikstad. But I used to live in Oslo, which is the capital. But since 2023, I've lived here in Fredrikstad in Norway. And Jen started listening to The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F. That is supposed to be really good. And got to 19%. Well done. Finally made it into work. Well, that's something. And Mary says Margaret has a booktube channel. Yes, she does, and it does enter my mind. Fortunately, I have read 3 and really liked 2 and loved 1, and I'm really liking this one. That's cool. I just like 1, but it wasn't the writing, it was the subject matter and time period. Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes, as I said, not everything is for everyone, so I think it's fair. And Mary waves to Ren. Mel says, I consider evening to be around 5 p.m. even though since it's winter here, it gets dark around 4. So depends on where in winter. It's like So 21st of December was midwinter. So then it got dark super early. It was like dark slightly around 3, I think, because we are fairly far south in Norway. So it gets dark earlier here. But I think it was like around 3 o'clock. So, and I know that PM now is after, this is something I've been struggling with for years. It's the PM AM thing. But it's the same as 17. Jen says, hey Mary and Mel, hope you're having a good Thursday so far. And Mel says hello to Jen. And Jen says hello to Molly Dot. And Molly Dot says, I'm doing Irish this month. Very cool. I kind of wish I knew Irish. But I don't know a lot of people who actually speak it. I know a lot of Irish people. I'm not all of them. And I actually, one of my partner's friends hates Irish with a passion. To me, it's kind of sad since it's like a national. I think it's like a. I don't know. I know it's like connected to nationalism in Ireland, and I think that is kind of sad because it's like a. I would think it's like something you would be proud of in some ways. I don't know. I mean, I speak Norwegian fluently. I speak Norwegian at work. Not so much at home, because that's what it is when your partner isn't Norwegian. But I'm adding custom cards without audio. That's also really cool. You're so good at the language thing, Emily Dot. And says hello to Jen. Mary says, Norway equals Northern Lights. That's the extent of my knowledge of Norway. You have to be a slightly further north to really see the Northern Lights than where I am. You need to be above the Arctic Circle. I haven't seen Northern Lights since I lived up in Hammerfest, which is the very far north. That's the last time. And I moved from there in 2012. So it's been a while. But I saw some really fantastic Northern Lights my last New Year's Eve there, because you had the fireworks at the same time as the Northern Lights, so that was really, really nice. So yeah, knowledge of Norway. Yeah, I don't really. It's a small country. I think it's about like 5 million people now. I haven't checked it lately. It used to be like when I was really young. It was like 4 million. Now it's like 5 million, I think. Yeah, capital. City is Oslo. It's a monarchy, so we have a king and a queen. They're quite old. They're past 80. And we have a crown prince and a crown princess. And the crown prince and crown princess is actually coming to my library next week on Wednesday, because my library turns 100 years old where I work. So they're come to visit. And there's a whole ordeal around that since the royalty. And we have to dress nicely and I don't know what. There's a whole ordeal. I'm still waiting for a clear written information about this. Because, yeah, I think it's hard to know what's expected. I might just hide down in my office when they're there to just avoid everything. Who knows? I don't really know. Mel says, I've also had Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell on my TBR for years, yeah. But Kyle invited me to do a body read on Instagram. Oh, that's cool. So it gave me the motivation to finally start it. I'm really surprised at how much I'm liking it so far. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's supposed to be really good. Yeah. And, lol, same Mary. So we had a little lecture on Norway. I don't really know what to say. we are not people of bragging. So we tend. It's like my partner. My partner is Irish, and they tell me that. Why don't you talk about your country like how awesome it is? And I'm going like, it's not what you do. You never talk about how awesome you are. That's not for you to tell. That's like, we have the law of Jante, after all. So this is like a Scandinavian thing. The law of Jante is like, you're not supposed to believe you're better than others. You're not supposed to brag about your fortune. You're not supposed to think you are something, sort of thing. So but there's like the good things and the bad things around that, I guess. And and the official languages we have 3 official languages. It's Norwegian Nynorsk, Norwegian Bokmål, and Sápmi. And the thing with the Sápmi languages is that there are actually more than one, and I'm not quite sure which of them is being used in the media and things like that. It might be Lunacia, which is like the big one in Finnmark and around there. But I'm not quite sure. I haven't really checked it out, and I don't understand it at all because it's so different. But it's so I recently had a video out because I found old video footage from when I lived up north, and I went to Cottagegoth. And Cottagegoth is like the Norwegian capital, Sápmi capital, where the Sápmi parliament is. And I was there and I found the footage, so I put it there. And one of the things that was really fascinating for me when I visited Cottagegoth was I lived in Hammerfest and I took the bus, and it took 5 hours on the bus. Same county. And I was there fairly early, I think, so I like checked into the hotel, and then I went to a shop, like regular shop. And I was still in Norway. But I went in the shop and I couldn't understand what anyone was saying because everybody was talking a Sápmi language. It was really interesting and it felt a little bit surreal even to be. It's like, I'm still in Norway and I can't understand the language. I expect there to be a different language if I'm like in India or Indonesia or Thailand or whatever, but not Norway. I would expect Norwegian. Well, yes and no. Not expect and not expect. But I'm very grateful for those years when I lived up north and worked up north, and my experiences there. Mary says, thanks, Mel, I was feeling embarrassed. Nothing to be embarrassed of. I mean, there are a lot of countries in this world, and how can you know everything about all the countries? I for sure don't. Of course, there are countries that I know of, and I know things about, but not all of the things. It's like when I sometimes meet Americans, and they seem to assume that I will know where certain states are in the U.S., for example, but I wouldn't have the clue. I don't know the states of the U.S. I know the names of a lot of them. Some of it will be like guesses that it's the state and not a city. But I know some, but I've been to the US, but other than that, it's very hard for me to kind of place where certain states are. And for cities, for sure not. There's lots of cities in the US, I don't know where all of them are. So yeah, Mel, no need to feel embarrassed. It's always good to be aware of that we don't know what we don't know, exactly. Luckily, we can always do research and find out more. And always ask questions. Feel free to ask questions about Norway, and I'll answer as much as I can. And this is another thing, it make me think of something. Because sometimes, I was talking about the royal family, And I normally say that I am a Republican. But I'm also I'm also stressing it's not the same as an American Republican. It's very different. I am very much on the left side, far more left than most Americans. Because the American Democrats, they're like the Democratic in the U.S. Their politics are pretty much the same as our Conservative Party, which is kind of a fun fact. I'm proud to say I'm a socialist. I'm very much a leftist. I'm not liberal. I'm a left. I'm not a liberal. I'm a socialist. I want the good things to be shared. I want us to pay taxes and for us to have a welfare system, things like that. I want good health care for everyone, even though if you're a poor person who can't pay because you can't get a job. And then, of course, we as a society should help this person. That's kind of summing up. So what a Republican by Norwegian standards means, it means that you would rather have a republic than a monarchy. So even though our monarchy or our royal family is fairly decent, there's some things that are kind of odd, and it's not unproblematic, let's say that, and they're not as expensive as, for example, the British royal family, but but I would rather have a president, maybe a little bit like the president of Ireland, because I think that model is I kind of like that model, like the Irish model. So the king and queen here in Norway don't really have a lot of power. It's the prime minister, sort of, and the government that has the power. That was a long speech on Norway and the differences and stuff. And Molida says, unless he said it's to do with nationalism. I didn't say gender. I suspect it's more to do with hating it in school. Oh, yeah. My partner's friend. The way it's taught didn't suit me at all, and it's taken me a long time to want to study it. That is really, yeah, that's a shame, really. So yeah, nationalism is the thing. Study it rather than feeling I should. Yeah, I think that's also the difference here, because here we speak Norwegian. Exciting. So Mel says, Norway, Ireland, Sweden and the Netherlands have always been places I wanted to visit one day. Come. I always say, come, visit Oslo. I am an hour on the train from Oslo. And I'll happily go in and meet people and drag them around as long as I have the day off. Even though it's just an hour, they don't run more like, I think it depends on when during the day it is, but they don't run super frequently. So we'll need to have like the day off or something, like a Saturday, or like today, a Thursday before a Saturday that I work. So, or I could maybe talk to my boss and have half a day off or something, and I could drag people around Oslo and show all the places that I love, because I love Oslo. It's a good place. And Molida says, the Sápmi I hear of the most is northern. Northern? What do you mean by northern? So there's a lot of Sápmi. So there's a lot of like areas in Trøndelag, which is like mid-Norway-ish. It's not that far north. That's a lot of Sápmi people as well. So I'm not quite sure what you mean by north. And I have no more chat, so I don't know if that's actually the case. It seems to be the end of the chat. I didn't mean to like go on and give a lecture on Norway. I hope it didn't scare people away. I need something. I feel quite tired today, actually. So I guess we are going to go into a next sprint. I think that's a thing to do. Since we're at the end of the chat. So yes, we're going to do another sprint. I will need to do some stuff. So I need to set it to be 75 minutes because I need to put the breads in the oven and stuff and let them bake and stuff, and that takes an hour. So we are going to do that. Right, I will see you on the other end of the sprint. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. How did that sprint go? What did you do? What did I do? I took the breads out of the oven. What else did I do? I don't remember. I think I zoomed out for a bit. I should have been reading, but I didn't. I think next sprint probably have to start thinking about making dinner. So I'll probably do that, and I hopefully will actually read a little bit. So before the sprint, we talked about the Sami languages, and I found a really good article on it. It is in Norwegian only, but I left a link in the chat so you can have a look. And I can have a look at the brains, at the article. I was thinking I can't really show it, but so there are different kinds of Sami languages in the world. It's mostly Norwegian, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, where you have the Sami languages, and there's also some Sami people in Russia, but that's kind of separated in a way, I guess. So you have Northern Sami, which Molly Dot was talking about. Let's go ahead, have a chat. The Sami I hear is northern. I just didn't connect it to being northern Sami, just because I'm tired, I guess. I don't know another name. The language or dialect called Northern Sami. I see other directions too. Yeah, there are different languages. Because I've talked to people who speak Sami, and they say that, I think it was one woman that I used to know. She was another librarian when I lived up north, and she knew Northern Sami, I think, probably, and she said she didn't understand Lula Sami, which is another big language group. You also have South Sami in Norway and Sweden, as well as Lula Sami, and there is something called Pite Sami, which is it's only spoken by a handful, or not a handful, but it says Tita, so around 10 plus people in Sweden and a handful of people in Norway, so it's very, very few. There is something called Umesami, which is only spoken in Sweden these days. It used to be in Norway, but it has disappeared, apparently. Unfortunately, there was a big thing previously, and it's just... it's fairly recent that they started allowing the Sami languages to be used. So apparently there is being worked on to do a revitalization. Oh, can't speak. Revitaliseringsprocess is the Norwegian word. So they're trying to get more people to speak Pita and Ume Sami again in Norway. And there is something called Enare Sami, which is only spoken in Finland, and there is also a few Sami languages that is only spoken in Russian, in Russia. Can't speak. It's called Russland in Norwegian. There is something called Skolte Sami or East Sami. It's the same language, and it's also only spoken in Finland today. And UNESCO classifies Skolte Sami as close to so close to being totally disappeared in Russia as well as disappeared in Norway totally. And they are trying to also like build up or do something and do work to make these languages alive again. And there is also something called the Kemi Sami in Finland, and there's also Sea Sami in Norway that disappeared during the 19th century, unfortunately, both of them. So they used to be Kemi Sami in Finland and Sea Sami in Norwegian. And and I know people who are of the Sea Sami, because there are different types of Sami people, and they're all the indigenous people, but there's a lot of the people that when you see promotions of the Sami things, at least in Norway, it's very often the reindeer Sami people and not the Sea Sami, but there were a lot of Sea Sami people, and were made Norwegian. I put that into quotations marks, but that there was like a whole process on that for a very long time. And I actually knew a librarian that I said, I'm not quite sure how old she is now, but she went to Norwegian. So when she grew up, when she was a kid, like small kid, toddler, and like before starting school, the only language she knew was a Sami language. And when she started school in the 60s, she was forbidden, and she had to like move into this school where she lived, sort of, because it wasn't close to her home. And all the languages, the only language she was allowed to speak at school was Norwegian. And if she spoke the Sami language that she spoke to like other kids, she would be punished. And this was the 60s. So it's not that long ago, honestly. And very, very sad. So that was a long little ramble on politics of things that has happened and languages in Sami languages. So that's also a part of Norwegian history that we shouldn't be very proud of. Soledad says, I would love to visit Scandinavian countries sometime soon. Ideal summer holiday. Fair. Winter, as far as I'm concerned, yes. But no, with the kitten, I'm not sure how realistic it is to go abroad for holiday. Yeah, unless you know someone who could like look after the kitten at some point. Like if you have someone who can cat sit, get a friend who loves cat and is willing to cat sit while you're on holiday. I loved cat sitting. It was so much fun. Mother does it. I assumed it was from further north than other languages. I'm going to have a look at the map. So it depends on. It's kind of hard to, but yeah, it depends on. It might be the most common in Finland or Sweden, but Norway seems to have the best resources for learning Sami. Yeah, it depends on. So it could equally be that Norwegian Sami is learned in other places. It's nothing called Norwegian Sami. There's no such thing. There are different Sami languages in Norway. Nothing is called Norwegian Sami. Northern Sami is spoken in the northernmost parts of Norway, Sweden, and Finland. There you go. And it looks like the northern Sami-speaking parts of Finland and Norway are larger than other Sami-speaking areas, with southern Sami covering a larger part of Sweden. Oh, southern Sami is a huge part in Norway as well. It's the whole Trøndelag, probably part of Norrland as well, where they would speak that. Is my guess. What did I do? There we go. Northern Sami covers the second language areas, Sami-speaking Norway, then Norway and Sweden both have Umepitalul. This has gone through this. Kyla says, I would love to come visit you and Renee sometime in Norway, Luna. Yeah, the problem though, Kyla, is that Renee and we live on the totally different parts of Norway. So when I go to the area where Renee lives, I go by plane. And I think we're just going to jump over this. I'm looking at the map at Wikipedia. Yeah, I think the map on the SNL. SNL is the Store Norske Leksikon, which means the large Norwegian lexicon, and it's looking at sources and stuff. It's better than Wikipedia. And blah blah blah. Northern Sami has 26 speakers in total. I'm not sure about the numbers. Another map has Umeåsami only in Sweden, not Norway. There should be some Umeåsami in Norway, but probably, yeah, maybe not quite. As we talked about already. And Renee is back from spinning on my way to town to get clothes order. Oh, we'll post in Discord. Oh, fun. And Kyla finished 9 Goblins, wrote a review for that one. And a non-fiction arc. Ooh, well done. Oh, my library has ordered 9 Goblins because T. Kingfisher is really popular. I actually got Snake Eater as an arc. And then it turned out I couldn't read it because it wasn't sent to Kobo. So I was super, super disappointed by that. But I'm on the wait list for the library copy, so I'll get to read it one day. And then, of course, this is the Discord link. And Kyle says also, I ordered a bunch of workbooks. Workbooks is not bad. So Jen says, I had a meeting and got 37% in the subtle art while I addressed requisition requests. That sounds productive. And Kyle says, damn, no, it's almost 4 p.m. already. Yeah, it's 17:09 here. And this is the link to the Norwegian article on the Sami languages. And Molidos is finally getting up. Well done. Mel says, read a little bit more of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. Really enjoying it still. Really good. Awesome. So, about to start homeschooling lessons with my son. FOMM. FOM. What does FOM mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, for the day. there we go for the day. Yeah, homeschooling is fascinating. I hear people in the U.S. It's not uncommon in the U.S. It seems. Here it's not common at all. And I think you need to apply to do it because there are like guidelines. It's like national guidelines to things. I'm not 100% sure how it works because I don't have kids. So, and things changes as well. But I don't know any Norwegians. I personally don't know any Norwegian who has been homeschooled. But I know that it's not uncommon in the US. Molly Dot says, I think everyone I've met online who speaks Sami speaks Northern. There is a Norwegian singer. What's her name? Maria Mortensson, and she sings in South Sami, as far as I know. She is Southern Sami is her native language, so that's what she sings in. She's really good. It's very interesting music. I'm going to see if I can find a link on YouTube and then post it on Discord. So Umo and Lula are places in Sweden on the coast. I wonder if there's a PTO too. Yes, there is. My dad was born in Luleå, as far as I know. And if you say Ume and Lule, that is actually dialect, Swedish dialect. And Pita. So I have a friend who's from northern Sweden, not northern. Yeah, it's northern Sweden, but for us it's not very northern, but from northern Sweden. And she's from a place called Överkalix. She doesn't live there anymore, but she grew up in Överkalix. And she's like, yeah, Ume and Lule and Pita, but it's PTO and Umeå. So yeah, Pita is indeed, PTO is a place. And O in the brackets because I've told the addition of the O to the placements is a southern Swedish thing. Yes, but it's written, that's how it's written. But Ume is how you pronounce it, and it's not pronounced by the people who actually live there. Yes, but there's a lot of when it comes to names, there's a lot of spellings, and you wouldn't pronounce it the way it's spelled. Like Hawick in Scotland is spelled Hawick, Hawick, but it's pronounced Hawick. And yeah. Just because it's pronounced one way by some people in one dialect doesn't mean that it's incorrect, in my opinion, because all dialects are equal, valid. Eastern and Western Sami are language families rather than languages. I know an Irish couple who were going to homeschool, but they didn't in the end. Yeah, it's super uncommon here. I know I've met a couple, as a couple with their kids, in the library because they wanted to borrow books, but coming by the books, because they had to have like a specific sort of books for the homeschooling. So it's not common here at all. Mel says homeschooling is definitely getting more popular in the US due to the state of our nation, to be honest. Yeah, I think a lot of the time the people you hear about that homeschools are like the the really conservative Christians. But with the current state of affairs, I don't blame people. And yes, we have guidelines we need to follow and paperwork we need to send in, and There are evoluters. I actually have a friend. She's Hot Cocoa and Books on YouTube. We're also pen pals. And she has homeschooled her kids, and she's told me a lot about like homeschooling in the US and how it differs from state to state. So like some states they're quite strict around homeschooling, while other states it's not strict. So yeah, but I can totally understand that with there's a YouTuber I follow who calls him the Orange Oompa Loompa. Everybody knows who you're talking about, the Orange Oompa Loompa. Yeah, and with things going, yeah, it's not great. I feel for my American friends. And Mel says that come to at the end of the school year to make sure you're meeting the education objective. So you're not just keeping your child at home for no reason. Yeah, that's good. I homeschool because my son is autistic and there's just not enough special education teachers where I live who can meet his needs. Oh, that is very sad as well. A lot of teachers are burnt out here. I think a lot of teachers are burnt out all over the place. I have a colleague who used to be a teacher, and when she talks about how things are, and especially after COVID, I'm so glad I'm not a teacher. I'm so glad I didn't choose that career, because it doesn't sound fun. There are a lot of problems. Mel says we don't need specific books. We can kind of just make our own curriculum if you want. I'm not sure if you need specific. That's what they said that they had, and so they were like books for Norwegian third grades or whatever. I didn't talk about details. I just ordered the books for an interlibrary loan for them. So. And sorry for the long paragraphs, lol. That's fine, it's all good. Malita says, I spent ages trying to pronounce the Swedish SK before going to Skellefteå, only to find their dialect there pronounced it like English SH. In Norwegian you have different sounds. You have the I'm not sure if you can hear the difference. Like you have two words like kjede and skjede, and there's like those two sounds. They are distinctive. They mean totally different things. So kjede is like a chain, while skjede is it's a part of the body of a female autonomy. I'm not sure if I can go into more details on YouTube, but totally different meanings. And but there's a lot of young people they're not able to make the what sounds distinctive. So that's kind of not funny, but it's interesting because it kind of old people like me go like, what? This is kind of funny. Why is it that my chats always turn into like a language thing? I don't know. Anyway, we are at the end of the chat. No, we're not. There was more. Melidot says, I'm not sure exactly what the northern Swedish SK is like, but to me it sounds closer to the English SH than to the standard Swedish SK. Yeah, there's there's dialects, but that's this with the sounds in Norway and Norwegian as well. There are actually dialect ways to say the sounds. So, because I'm here, Molly that says maybe. But you know, we're all fans of languages here. Okay, should we do another sprint? I don't think I'll do more than one more sprint, but then again, I'm actually looking and seeing that it's getting quite late, so I should probably make dinner and so on. So I think I'm going to wrap it up. I don't think I'll do another sprint. I think I'm ending after this chat. Little angel emoji. Yeah. No, I think I am. I think I'm going to end this sprint. I have new sprints on Monday. It's a little bit later, as I said. But I think we're good for today. I think we're good for today. I need to make dinner and have dinner and all those kind of things. And it's dark outside. It's 17:21 here, so it's not exactly early in the day. So I think that's it for today. Kyla says thank you for the sprint. Thank you for being here, Kyla. And thanks for the sprint from Molida. Thank you so much for being here. And thanks for everybody who stopped by. I had a lot of fun, and I will hopefully see you on Monday, I hope. Also, there are a video coming on Saturday, which is long overdue. Or not long overdue, but yeah. And Melody says it's nap time. Yes. Thank you to Sally and Melody to being here. And I will hopefully see you on Monday, as I said. Until then, have a lovely rest of your day and take care and all that stuff. Bye.